Norwich listserv, and they're also available on the town website under the Selectboard tab. Brennan is monitoring admission to our Zoom platform. No one will be admitted unless we can see a full name displayed. As always, everyone must focus all remarks, speak clearly and loudly so that everyone can hear what is being said, and refrain from sidebar conversations which can impair concentration and everyone's ability to hear what's going on. If audience members want to talk with one another, please feel free to go out to the lobby by the stairs to do so. Members of the public who are attending in person and who are recognized by the chair to speak, please come to the table so that remote participants can hear and see you. For remote public questions or comments through Zoom, please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before speaking. For questions or comments through the telephone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute after being recognized by the chair. I will monitor Zoom to acknowledge participants who wish to speak, and will reach everyone who wants to comment. Remember to direct all comments or questions to the chair, not to other people either on the board or in the audience. The order of speaking will generally be select board members, then members of the public attending in person, and then people participating remotely through Zoom. Consistent with our rules of procedure adopted in March 2023, the chair may suggest commenters conclude their remarks within 3 minutes. Public comments for items not on the agenda should be offered when we approve, after we approve the minutes, and I will announce when we reach that section of the agenda. The first item tonight is approval of the agenda. Before we do that, Brennan has alerted me to an issue for consideration as to whether we would want to amend the agenda to deal with it tonight. Brennan?
So the issue at hand is that we have good news. The Kids Bridge fundraising has reached a threshold where we are comfortable with ordering the actual bridge materials. And because that is a restricted fund where those donations have been held, we are asking the select board to consider taking that up today, just a authorization to expend money from the reserve fund, or the restricted fund, to purchase the bridge.
Members?
Yes, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Everyone? Roger?
John.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, let's add that as number 11 to tonight's agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? We can have a motion and then discussion if you wish.
So approved.
So moved.
So moved, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
I'll second.
Second by Roger. Discussion?
I have a question.
Pam?
I see the auditors are here. Is there a reason to add them to schedule?
They're the attorneys
Oh, the attorney.
on A.
Somebody in suits, beautiful suits.
Okay, they're the attorneys, all right. I stand corrected, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? And may we have a vote, please? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
Who was the second on that?
Roger?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have the minutes from September 21 and 27. They are in the packet for approval. Is there a motion to approve them either together or individually? And again, we can have discussion after the motion is made. Pam?
We need to back up and also correct something on September 20. The minutes are listed as on the 20th and 21st as special meeting, and they were emergency meetings. So I would move that we correct the September 20 minutes to reflect that that was an emergency meeting.
Pam is moved to correct the September 20 minutes to be titled emergency meeting. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mary. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? And now as to the September 21st minutes, any motion, please, to start the discussion?
And probably also she listed as emergency too.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So this, Pam, do you want to make the same motion as to September 20th?
I did
21st?
have one other correction, so I don't know how you want to handle that.
Is that for September 20 or 21st?
21.
All right. So go ahead and
I will move to approve the September 21 minutes as being labeled as emergency meeting. And I would also like the minutes to reflect that Smith left the meeting at 6:30 PM.
Is there a second?
What did we just approve? I'm getting a little confused here.
We approved the minutes of the 20th.
Oh, the 20th.
Right, and now we're talking about the
Okay,
21st.
21st.
The 20th actually aren't listed on the agenda.
Okay.
21st, I think I left soon after.
I think you left about the same time I did. And if you want that, I'm happy to accept that amendment.
Sure, we're putting when we come and go. Yeah.
So Ralph, Pam Smith moved to approve, to amend the September 21st, 2023 minutes to reflect that they should be titled an emergency meeting, right? And to reflect that Smith and Arnold left at approximately 6:30 PM.
6:30?
6:30. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Now can we address the September 27th meeting minutes? Any discussion about those?
I have a couple corrections.
Pam?
This is labeled as a special meeting. It was a regular meeting. We're getting our labels a little scrambled here lately. So that should be a regular meeting, and I would also like to change the wording under one agenda. Smith read a statement objecting to the chair's intention to add item 1.5 during approval of the agenda, giving no notice to residents that an employment issue would be voted at this meeting. So I would move to make those two changes to the September 27th.
Is there any second? Second by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Pam, would you please send those to Ralph so that he can get them correctly in his minutes?
To Debbie.
To Debbie, sorry.
And I'll make sure you get my correction on, well, no, you don't get that either. Okay, right.
Marcia, I
Right.
wanted to offer a
Debbie.
public comment on the corrections. I wrote a letter about those minutes, and there was a very emphatic comment that I made.
Just interrupt, Stuart. Can you just state your name for the record?
Stuart Richards, Norwich.
Thank you.
So, and I can
Okay.
offer this correction under correspondence because I wrote a letter to try and correct the minutes and make an addition with respect to comments that I made during number 4 of the September 27 minutes with respect to the open meeting law. I made some pretty emphatic comments which were ignored as far as the minutes were concerned. And if you read my letter, you'll see what they were. And
They're in correspondence tonight, Stuart.
I understand they're in correspondence, but the reason I raised my hand before you took a vote was so that the minutes might be corrected. So either way, but, I wish that I had an opportunity to speak before you took a vote so that my corrections could have been included in the final draft of the minutes.
Well, I don't think we normally correct the minutes based on statements that are made by people who come to the meetings, but we do have it included in the packet, so it's part of the record.
Happy to make
Okay.
my comments when we come to correspondence.
Thank you. All right, we are now at correspondence. So we have correspondence tonight as follows: a letter from Laura Brown and Chris Gray regarding a previous letter sent to the Select Board from the Upper Valley Land Trust regarding trailhead parking lot near the Norwich Farm Creamery. A letter from Alyssa Close regarding her opposition to wood pellets as a heating source for Tracy Hall and recommending heat pumps with the existing backup boiler. A letter from the Connecticut River Conservancy requesting to meet with the Select Board and or the Conservation Commission. I would like to just comment on this one that I would like to recommend not only that the Conservation Commission and the Select Board meet with this group, but also the Planning Commission. I'm familiar with FERC and the Bellows Falls license and how land use and wildlife are affected by flowage rights. And I think this is probably going to be an important issue with climate change. So if the board agrees, I would like to ask the town manager to arrange for such a meeting.
I'm in favor of it. I don't know if it, it's just sort of coming up through correspondence, but
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't have any opposition to doing that.
Fine.
a little point of order. Could we have that box removed from the?
We have the dotted box on here. Could you move that for us on the screen? We can't see. We also have tonight in correspondence 2 memos from Pam Smith with questions about finance reports. This may come up later on in the evening when we talk about select board roles and the town manager and how we're going to address things. An email from Stuart Richards about the expense of ongoing open meeting law litigation. And finally, a letter from the chair of the select board to Cheryl Lindbergh regarding her award from the Vermont Municipal Treasurers Association. I will note if she hasn't already received it, there's an amended letter in the next packet to reflect the name of the awarding organization and the year of the award. So understanding that Stuart wants to make a comment about his letter, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Richards.
Stuart Richards, Norwich. I want to underscore what the Lower Vermont Court has already said about Norwich's violation of the open meeting law. And it's been said previously, but for the town of Norwich and this select board to make a mockery of the open meeting law is not the way to go. We should respect the open meeting law. It's a statute. We should live with it. And we should not perpetuate the continued bleeding of money, over $100,000 now, to continue this ill-advised, mistaken lawsuit. Norwich, unfortunately, has a long history of violating the open meeting law. It started actually with Mr. Phil Deckert and previous town manager Durfee. Mr. Durfee apologized and wrote a long letter of apology and promised that Norwich, this is several years back, that Norwich would not continue to violate the open meeting law. Well, here we are several years later with this continuing lawsuit. And it makes absolutely no sense to bleed money on something where we make a mockery of the open meeting law. You have an executive session this evening. I hope you'll make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. We're now at the AP warrant. We have 3.
You want to approve correspondence?
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Yes. Is there a motion to accept the correspondence?
I'll make that motion.
Pam Smith. Second by anyone?
I'll second it.
Second by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we're at the AP warrants. We have 3 warrants this evening. I would like to discuss and approve them in order. Is there a motion to approve the first warrant, and then we can have any discussion if we need to?
I move to approve the AP warrant number 1055 in the amount of $250,139.38.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? All right. Voting. Roll call. Priscilla? Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to abstain. I might have questions and the chance to really look at it.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary? Yes. Marcia? Yes. So that's 1 abstention, Pam Smith. Motion passes. The next warrant is number 1056. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the AP warrant number 1056 in the amount of $14,000.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Roger. Any discussion? Pam?
Do we know what the balance is of the Gerard Fund after this payment is made?
I don't.
I do not.
We don't know.
We should know how much is in these funds before we approve spending money.
And this is actually, is this,
And it's,
is this the drawer fund or is it the?
right, it's commingled with another fund, and so it's hard to know what money is what because they're not separated.
I think this is the one that we just approved.
No, that was the Kids Bridge.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this particular piece of work. So Brennan, that was approved.
In a recent meeting, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 meetings ago, this came back as a discussion because some of the work had been completed, some was still left to be done. And I think it was approved to pay the balance of this, the $14,000 is on the warrant to the vendor, and they will be back to finish up the rest of the project work at some point. I think next spring is probably something.
My recollection is that we approved more than was in the fund when that came up at a meeting. There was like $31,000 in the fund, and we were asked to approve $34,000. So I would like to table this until we have a better accounting of what's in this fund. And I'd also like to see us separate this out so that we can see it separate from the rec fund. They shouldn't be commingled. These are funds given by residents of this town for a certain purpose, and it should be separate.
So I think just as a,
Roger?
I think it would be helpful when we have these kinds of expenditures brought to us, if it need a very brief memo from whomever, either the town manager or their designee, and then it would be very easy to approve, and there would be no sort of open speculation about what is and isn't appropriate, which I think is potentially damaging. So I think like that would be my request going further. And I can appreciate that, the understanding was that we had already had that memo and that this is part 2, but nonetheless, the memo can simply say that. So I'm happy to approve it, but that would be my advice.
We can probably do that going forward.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, so you're asking for memos for every warrant item or just special warrant items? Because
Reserve
this
funds.
was previously approved. We vetted this pretty carefully several times. So this is really just the bill that has now arrived that we are paying to the spender. All of the details of where the money was, how it was coming out, had been previously approved.
Be as simple as bringing back that memo and reminding us of our approvals. I'm able to approve this, but I'm just saying to avoid these kinds of discussions are very typical when we don't have the thorough or perhaps redundant information. So it's just
I think we can work this out.
do it or don't, but doesn't change my vote.
Even something that says, the board approved this at X meeting.
Right. I think still don't want to get mired with going through everything that comes up on those. Brendan's point is well taken.
But there are many months in between these transactions, and so a refresher would be much appreciated.
So let's see what we can do. Mary?
Also, the adjusted fund was listed consistently, or not commingled, then there wouldn't be a question either, correct? Yeah,
Well,
except if knowing.
it'd be easier to know what funds are available if they're not commingled. Just like with the Kids Bridge, that became a real quagmire, and it took someone a lot of hours, our treasurer, to sort through that and figure out what was what.
So one of your concerns is that there is enough money in the fund, and the other concern is that there's commingling.
I don't like the commingling, and I would like to know what the fund balance is before I say, yeah, go ahead and write a check for $14,000.
Okay,
Any other board members have any concerns? Cheryl Lindbergh. Yeah.
Earl Lindbergh as town treasurer. Yes, this is an ongoing discussion. It should be, because it was at the end of the audit and it wasn't clear. It may have gotten cleared up, but we haven't seen the audit results yet to know what is in the Gerard funds, because it was commingled and there was accounting that occurred that left a balance of just those funds that were insufficient to pay for the request that was brought to the select board back when it was brought to the select board, as Pam mentioned that. And it appeared that the additional amount would have to come from the fund it was commingled into in order to pay the full amount that's being requested to be used.
This particular expense.
Right, so that it is unclear, and I would urge the select board as well to put this off until you have an accounting of the Gerard fund separate and apart from its commingling with the other fund.
Thank you. All right, board members, what do you want to do with this?
I'd like to vote on it.
Okay,
Motion, sorry. Did
you haven't had a motion yet.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Mary did, and Roger seconded it. So let's call the question. Priscilla?
No.
Pam?
No.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. This is not to say that I don't think that we should have the separation of the two accounts and to come forward with the balances when we have these. So this passed 3-2. Okay, final AP warrant number 1057. Any discussion about this one? No? We have a motion to approve it.
I move to approve the AP warrant number 1057 in the amount of $6,400.
Any second?
I'll second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll start passing these down. All right. It is now 7 o'clock and we are going to move into an executive session. This is with regard to Katucki versus Town of Norwich. May we have a motion?
I'll move to find that a premature general knowledge would clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. Section 313A1.
We have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Do we have another motion?
Do that too. I move to enter executive session under 1 V.S.A. Section 313A1E to discuss pending civil litigation to which the public body is a party and to invite the town manager and town council.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mary. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in executive session at 7:03. I'll just comment before we leave the room. Peter Orner and anyone else, I'm sorry I had to postpone the public comments, but we will get back to them after this, but we do have to do this at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Just a second, I need to get my cheat sheet. All right.
This meeting is being recorded.
May we have a motion?
I move to enter public session.
Do we have a second? Second by Roger. We are in public session. Oh, sorry. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in public session at 8:19 PM. Do we have a motion?
I move to endorse the substantive direction of the conversation between the Select Board and the Town Council towards settlement of this lawsuit between Katucki and the Town of Norwich.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much.
That's right. Can I get the executive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, thank you.
Pam, have you read that again to him? Ralph, do you have it?
I'm going to write it down for you.
Yeah, I'd rather just that. Thank you.
Okay. Good. All right. We are now, we skipped the public comments. And so I may have lost some people. Peter Orner's still there. Do you still want to make a public comment? Peter Orner?
I do.
Sure, yeah. I got a piano lesson in the background. Thank you. I guess I do wonder why emergency session would come before the citizens of the town who are waiting to speak. I just, as a matter of democracy, I would think that maybe the suits can wait and the residents can get their say.
Sorry, we told the suits to be here at a certain time.
I know, but I think that, you could do that later. But in any case, thank you for the time. I want to thank the town manager, Brennan, for being professional and for being somebody who is accessible and who is willing to work with my group and others in town about pedestrian safety and making the roads safer for bikers and walkers. And I know that he's working on that, and I appreciate that very much. That said, it's now been, I don't even know how many months since ballot measure 10 passed, and there still has been no, excuse me, hang on one sec. Sorry, the timer about the piano lesson. So there still hasn't been any action on ballot measure 10, which was voted by the town and written by you all. At least 3 of you on the select board were present when that ballot measure was written, and we're all still waiting for any activity and use of that $50,000 allocation to do what the town asked for, which is to work on pedestrian and issues and making our roads safer. So I just want to put that out there. In addition, related to that, you all invested $8,000 plus on speed signs. There are now 4 different reasons why they haven't been installed. 1, the ground was frozen. 2, they lacked the electrical know-how. 3, the police have them. And 4, now I'm hearing it's red tape from the state. We have speed signs in town. We have 3. They often don't work, but we already have them. So I wonder why suddenly there would be state red tape in getting these done. You all invested in these. The previous town manager said that they were going to be up in 6 weeks, and that was, a great deal of time ago. So we're all still waiting for those. Anyone will tell you who walks in town that the traffic is worse, the traffic is greater, and the traffic is speedier. And the final thing I'd like to say tonight is related to this, because a lot of us woke up in the morning recently to find that our roads were double striped with double lines, which are typically things you see on highways or roads that are 35 miles an hour or more. I've got now double barrel lines on Moore Lane. I've got people speeding down because they see that line and they're like, all right, shoot, I'm going to do this at 40 miles an hour. That happens routinely. But Hazen Street has double barrel lines. Huntley has them. You might tell me, and maybe your DPW director is going to say that this is some kind of state regulation. But as Marcia, as an attorney, you know well that when laws are arbitrarily applied, they're not being applied. And so there are plenty of streets in town, a lot longer than Moore Lane, that do not have double barrel lines yet. So I'm wondering, how much did this cost and why did you all do it? What was the rationale for it? Pam Smith says it's because cars pass each other. Do cars pass each other on Moore Lane? How much did it cost to create this sort of hazard? Because I'm done after this. What these lines do is push cars out to the edge of the road. And when you push cars out to the edge of the road, that's where people are walking. If cars don't have those lines, they are more susceptible to moving to the middle of the road when people are walking. And in a town like ours, that's a better situation. And I think we all very much want this place to be safer for walkers. By putting these double barrel lines all over town, as people will tell you on Hobson, it is more dangerous now to walk on Hobson than it was before. Ask a walker on Hobson. So appreciate your time. And I know you guys have all kinds of things, but I really want to encourage you to focus on pedestrian safety. Thank you.
So Peter, before you go, I just wanted to say that we had the study that was done. It was pretty comprehensive on Beaver Meadow Road.
Yeah.
And I've talked to Brendan about it. And I think he has some good ideas that he had asked for you to talk to him about.
Great. Yeah, and that's why I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, that I'm pleased and that I haven't had a chance because I'm awfully busy, but I'm thrilled to have that discussion.
Good, because I think that might actually move the needle ahead. And if you could do that before we get into budget season, that would be helpful, because then we would be able to think about, what kinds of things the town manager is going to recommend. And then for the speed signs and the yellow lines, I'll just say, do you want to say anything about that, Brennan?
I will say that the speed signs, I believe, are going to be installed, and that the police chief is here with us tonight. He's going to be speaking on some other issues, but I would like to commend him on taking on the challenge of getting these very difficult signs into the streets and deployed. So that I don't want to make a promise on the day, but it is imminent.
Okay, thank you.
And for the yellow lines.
I don't really have a comment other than that was a budgeted project that we all talked about a half year ago, and those are the results of our line striping, is that we have stripes on our roads.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I might respond, because my name was invoked. My comment to Mr. Orner was that we don't line stripe roads based on walkability. We line stripe roads for the safe passage of vehicles.
There isn't. Can I respond to that? There's no rational basis for striping Hazen Street or Moore Lane. It's a total waste of money. You guys got to kind of own that and kind of address the fact that these are places that have not had double stripe lines. So somebody made an error in judgment along the way here, and I'd appreciate just owning that, as opposed to telling me that you need more, double lines on Moore Lane. No one's passing anything on Moore Lane, Pam.
And I think I'd just add that the select board doesn't make those decisions. All we do is decide on the money. So I think, we need to hear.
You all paid for those double barrel lines all over town.
That we can own.
A lot of us are really not happy about it. Ask people on Hobson, on Hazen, etc. Anyway, I'll let you guys go. But that's my thought.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're making progress, Peter.
I had a couple of public
Appreciate
comments, if I might.
Okay. Yes. Is this about the same thing?
No,
right.
Under things that are not on the agenda.
Okay.
I wanted to report to the board that I did attend the Marion Cross School Board meeting the other night, last Wednesday. And a couple of things came out of that meeting. I was asked if the town would do a follow-up on changing the tax due date to August 30th, and what impact that might have had, not only on the residents who were complaining about their tax credit not being applied in a timely manner, and that created cash flow issues for them, but also how that impacted the school getting their funds for their cash flow. Jamie Teague said that the payment this fall was a little bit later than it usually is, and that she's still interested in setting up a payment schedule with the town so that they can count on regular payments of funds coming in to meet their needs.
And I'll just say that I did offer that we would meet with them, and many times we haven't had any.
Jamie's had some staffing issues. She lost an employee to cancer.
Well, don't she say that?
She's been, struggling to get her staff
Yes.
situated
We
so that.
have made overtures, so hopefully we can get that together.
And the other thing I wanted to mention was that on October 25th from 9:30 to noon, VLCT is conducting a municipal budgeting webinar. I have signed up for that. And I was hoping that the town manager and our new finance director would also have the time to attend.
I sent that to the town manager.
Those are my two comments. Thank you.
Stuart Richard, oh, sorry. We need to do the people in town here. Come on up, please, Don. Oh, careful.
Walking slowly lately. It's not the hour, it's the body. The Kidsbridge project, which has been benefited a great deal by Brendan's leadership and responsiveness, and I really thank you for that. We're at item number 11 on the agenda. In my view, it's a simple yes or no vote to release the donated funds that are sitting in an account waiting to purchase a bridge, which takes 4 to 6 weeks to deliver. And that's why tonight, and perhaps sooner than number 11, we could simply arrive to that conclusion. Roads were mentioned. This is a safety issue, by the way, when kids walk and bike on Moore Lane to get to Huntley Meadow from the west, or Beaver Meadow Road to get to Huntley Meadow, they are exposing themselves to more and more traffic. And we want this bridge to be in place for them so they can simply get dropped off at the Legion, let's say, and walk to their sporting event. So is there a way to move this to an earlier agenda item?
Is the board inclined to move this up to deal with it now?
I don't have a problem.
I don't have a problem.
It would be fine. All right. Does anyone have any questions to ask of Don?
Maybe I can just take it from
Yes.
here. Thank you, Don. So I want to acknowledge Don's extreme hard work and persistence in getting us to a 90% of total budget threshold where we are. And because of that, we are still.
I'm feeling okay. What are you listening to, dear? Oh, he's listening to this.
I had my hand up.
Did you speak? Can you mute yourself? Thank you.
Okay. So basically where we are here is, Don mentioned, we have a 4 to 6 week delivery time for this prefab bridge. The cost of that is $27,539. We believe we are very close, if not over that, with the current fund. We're going to reconcile that hopefully tomorrow morning. If that is the case, we want to proceed with this. And so I guess because this is restricted, I would just need an affirmative vote from the board to authorize the expenditure of the needed funds out of that account for the purchase.
Just one question.
Roger.
I guess, are we sure of the delivery schedule? Because I know these materials may or may not be subject to delays because of the world order. And then regardless, do we have a place to store it if install should not happen? Should we get snow or what have you?
So we are obviously pushing right up to the end of the building season here. We were told 4 to 6 weeks. I have no reason to question that is not an accurate delivery schedule. And I guess the plan B is if we get the delivery and we are unable to install this, right now we have this set to be delivered to the American Legion address where they are, I think, agreed to hold this, and weather is not going to damage these, it'll be just kind of kept on the ground. There might be some other, pre-work that we can do so that if we can't get this installed, it will be early winter by that point. We will have, first in spring when we get a thaw, the ability to get on this quickly.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Can you say the amount again, please?
The amount of the bridge, just the bridge materials is $27,539.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I wrote it down correctly. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote? We have the motion now?
We don't have a motion yet.
Written on the sheet because we didn't know it was gonna happen.
So Pam, just about the amount, what is the name of the special purpose or restricted fund?
It's
or
Fund
whatever?
53.
Okay, we'll use the number.
So
So
are you gonna move it, Pam? Up and moved, right? No, up and moved. Okay.
Um,
do you mind doing it, Pam? You have all the info.
Well, I have some cryptic info. I move to expend $27,539 from Fund 53 for the purchase of the Kids Bridge.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. It passes. Yay.
Thank you, and the kids and their parents of Norwich, thank you, Jim.
And I will just add, Don, if I may, that you still have 10% of the total, right? So we're almost there, but I imagine you're going to continue your diligent efforts to get to the full
Fundraising. In fact, anyone in this room is still eligible to donate.
All right. Cheryl, did you have a public comment?
I do. Cheryl Lindbergh, resident of Norwich. If you missed my posts on the listserv, I want to recap those tonight at this moment regarding the lack of a search for a town manager candidate to hire for the town of Norwich. I would like answers to the following questions. And I'm not sure, Marcia, how I can get those, but it would be something that I would like as a result of the public comments. So if there's a way to write them to you so that I can get answers to these questions would be what I'm going to ask for tonight.
Don't know what the questions are, so
Right.
you can get answers.
Right. So basically, I would start with, why did we need emergency meetings? And why did we eliminate the town's tradition to hire a search firm and allow for a wide pool of candidates to apply for a key position of our town? How could the select board not follow through with a process that we all anticipated and wanted? The people of the town have been, shortcut from a process that we've been involved in the past. I want to know, their RFQ went out for search firms with a deadline of September 8th. Who responded to that RFQ? Where are the responses? And why weren't they ever a part of an agenda item if they did you did receive any? As some know, we have a new position in our town structure of the assistant town manager. To me, this implied that our town manager position, should it become vacant, we would have a structure in place to temporarily fill the vacancy of a town manager on an acting town manager basis. Am I correct in this understanding of this position? I don't find the position posted on the town website, so I don't know what the responsibilities of the position are, or maybe someone can point me to the assistant town manager job description. That would eliminate any emergencies that the select board would consider having. The town hiring policy insists that we are an EEO employer and that we will post all job openings. That didn't happen, and I would like to know why. I would like to know why the salary is $40,000 greater than what's in the budget. Where will the funds for that come from? And You know, how do we sit back and accept the fact that we didn't allow a wide range of applicants to apply for this job, which clearly with that salary would have warranted a large pool of candidates. Lastly,
If you have more, you could send them to me in writing because we can't answer all of those.
and the last thing I ask about is where was town council's advice on the hiring? They read contracts for the select board, they review stuff. They should have been asking for an accountability of policies, a hiring policy. What do you have in it? How do we violate town policy by doing what just occurred? And I really think that the classification of the meetings that occurred as emergency meetings, which the Secretary of State has indicated are for major events like flooding, like a bridge collapsing, a building burning. This is not an emergency. You could have posted for a special meeting with 24-hour notice. There's a 30-day window in the contract of the interim town manager to resign. There was time for that didn't require an emergency meeting, which is a much quicker and less transparent and accountable process. So I would like answers to these. I also want to know, these principles that sit behind you at meetings were adopted in 2017, and I don't know whether this select board has ever looked at those and continues to endorse them. But one of the first ones up there is the long-term health and best interests of Norwich and its residents come first always. We go overboard to listen and integrate the ideas of all neighbors in making decisions for this town. So I would like to know if those still exist in the eyes of the select board and if you endorse those principles.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
I just have to say that some of the things that you have alleged are just incorrect. And so I think I would ask you to just step back and you can send us your list and we can see how much of that can be answered. And we may just, if the board wants to, have town council write to you. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Please.
My name is Dave Krimmel. I'm a resident of Norwich. I just wanted to emphasize Pam Smith's point earlier this evening about correcting the minutes with regard to that emergency meeting. I am displeased with the board's approach to the hiring of the town manager. And it has not been made clear to the residents of this town. The proper process has not been followed in my humble opinion. And I would like some answers as well with regard to that. Thank you.
Was there someone else that wants to speak? Do we need to have anybody from Zoom land? I can't see all the people.
I don't see any hands up at the moment.
All right. That's the end of public comments. For the information section of our meeting, I just wanted to underscore what I know the board has heard recently. That basically we have got statutes that crystallize the general powers of the select board and the town manager. I put them in the packet because they speak to the general powers and duties for each of those and speak about which things are in the power of the select board as long as they are not committed by law to the care of any particular person. And the town manager statute 24 V.S.A. 1236 speaks to the powers and duties of the town manager. And basically that statute effectively reduces the powers and the duties of the select board. As our town manager takes up his duties, we all need to understand and review our roles. The select board makes policy and budgetary decisions and supervises the town manager as our sole employee. By vote of the town, Norwich is elected to have a town manager form of government, which means the manager manages the town as to things like hiring and supervision of employees, financial accounting, purchasing of supplies, supervision and repairs of public town buildings, etc. As with all good systems of checks and balances, we have services, for example, auditors, to ensure that there are no financial accounting mistakes, attorneys to help us navigate questions of governance and disputes, personnel policies, which are currently being updated, to ensure equity and smooth functioning in our town. Not only do these checks and balances ensure better functioning governance, but they also free the select board to think about the big picture to protect our town and ensure its holistic health. Having said all that, this last year has been fraught with change on many levels. By contract, the select board's role became somewhat blurred as we had to supervise the interim town manager, and thus we had more involvement in daily processes than is normally the case when there's a fully functioning town manager. Now that we have such a person, we must be careful to adhere to the scope of our roles. To that end, future agenda items are going to address how the select board and town manager define the goals and performance objectives for proper operation of the town, as is provided in the town manager contract. Brennan, do you have anything to add?
No, I guess I would just say I do appreciate the amount of support that I have received from the time I've been appointed into this full-time role from many in the town. Thank you.
You're welcome. Board members, any questions? Okay, good. Chief Romei, I'm very sorry it's taken so long, but would you please like to come and talk to us? I believe you're going to be speaking to us about the fleet status.
And good evening.
Good evening.
Fitted, might not be able to get back up, but I fit.
Very uncomfortable.
Good evening, Matthew Romei. I'm the police chief. This is my first time in front of you, and I appreciate a little bit of your time tonight. Would you like me to go back and close the speed sign conversation a little bit? I'm not sure if Mr. Warner's still on or not, but
yes, he is.
The speed signs that were purchased in November of last year, if I'm not mistaken, are scheduled to be installed tomorrow. We actually have 5 radar speed feedback signs in the town of Norwich, and the 3 that we came in, we're putting at the 3 highest risk, if you will, or highest impact areas, and they will replace the Green Mountain Power fed signs that are there. The new ones that are bought are battery and solar powered, so they will go up there. The interesting addition that we will get out of this is data, and a year of data was included in the original purchase price. So we will get traffic counts and speeds at each of those locations. Allegedly, they are portable, that we could move them from place to place. They also weigh about half as much as I do. So allegedly they're portable, but I honestly don't think they're very portable. So that was actually, I believe Brendan spoke a couple weeks ago. There's a device called a speed tracker in the same system that I recommend the town consider purchasing. We should make decisions on enforcement and on road restrictions and those things based on data, not based on perception. I'm not by any means saying anyone's perception is wrong. I'm just saying that we should be real sure about things, that we're making decisions from a standpoint of good data. One thing that I noticed a week or so ago when we had the bike to school day, we had Main Street shut down for a period of maybe 15 minutes. And when we pulled the cork on that road, the amount of traffic that had backed up was unbelievable. I mean, it actually really surprised me. And that's why I say that, you know, sometimes perception and data are in two different places. And, you know, average daily traffic counts, those kind of things are data and information from which we can make an informed decision about what to do with roadways. So that's just kind of my opinion there, if it's worth the time. The speed feedback signs will come at a continuing cost. If we go past the first year, if we like the data we're getting out of them, then they are $500 a year per sign to continue receiving that data. So that will be something, you know, at some point I'd like to get a temperature of what it feels like and then consider whether to put that in that line item in our budget going forward. So
Can I just ask you about the data that's collected? It's only counts, it's not license
oh,
plates.
Lord, no, it's just it's a traffic count and a speed. And we can do a lot of data manipulation in it. Manipulation sounds really bad, but it's the right word. We can break things up into buckets of speed, and we can, you know, get a high speed rating and a low speed rating. With that traffic tracker or speed tracker that I'm recommending we look at, we can get size of vehicles, which is another interesting piece of the puzzle, where we can get anywhere from a pedestrian to a tractor trailer, and it can differentiate between those.
Was it like wheelbases?
Oh no, it's about this big.
No. I mean, does it tell you the wheelbases? Like there was a 2-wheel thing as 10.
It'll differentiate between 10 different traffic classes, from a pedestrian, bicycle, motorcycle, passenger car, large truck, box truck, tractor trailer, dump truck.
If you bought one, can you move it around town?
It's about the size of an iPad. And so other towns, if you've seen them, they have the speed feedback signs that are about this big and just have 2 numbers. That's all you see on them when they light up. Those serve that same function. Montpelier has a dozen of them. They come through the Governor's Highway Safety Grant Program. In the past they have, and they can be hung up in about 10 minutes on an existing traffic sign. They don't have to have the new sign poles that we're having to put in.
So just to clarify, if I may, what you're talking about is something that we don't currently have that you would potentially propose based on our feedback. Okay, and that's what's small and like an iPad.
Correct.
And what we have is much larger, theoretically movable, but really functional stationary way. Yeah. Okay, great. I just wanted to track the conversation. Thank you.
The existing data collected from the existing 3 spots, does that also include the time of day?
Yes.
So it's the commuter traffic. Does it also track it seasonally? So we'd know about leaf peepers or Dartmouth events, you know, just these times of year where they tend to be more?
Garbage in, garbage out, standard database. So, you know, as you get farther down the road, your data gets better. So, you know, if we, and
But it would spit it out in a way that you know daily what it was. And then as you know, over the course of a year, you get some
Absolutely.
trends for different.
you could even start going over the course of multiple years.
Well, yeah, if you have it in place.
So as we get down the road years, then we can start making predictions.
I have a little tidbit too, that we often, and this is data just anecdotal, but we have a very popular hiking spot in town, the Guile Mountain Tower, and that tends to be inundated. And every year people will show up and say, we can't get the logging truck through, we can't get our hay truck through, we can't get the emergency vehicles through because people show up, you know, just in foliage season. So that's just a heads up. That probably is about to happen soon. But
anecdotally, we wrote the entire Dartmouth soccer team the ticket system.
okay.
At Guile Mountain Trailhead.
Right.
Sorry.
You don't have to get bogged in that. Yeah.
One question, Chief. If you have this little thing the size of an iPad that you can just put on an existing sign, how likely is that to be stolen? How easy is it to abscond with that?
Anything's possible. Honestly, I think that the deployment matters. And I think if we pay attention to how we deploy it and that we don't just, we don't paint it blaze orange and say, come take me. Honestly, the times that I've seen these in use, your eyes miss it because it's not looking for it. The radar signs are different because they're flashing lights at you and big numbers and all that. This flies under the radar.
Good to know. All right. So now would you like to talk to us about fleets?
So that was the good news. Now, unfortunately, here comes a little bit of temperance to it. We currently have 5 vehicles in the police fleet. And if you'll recall back in, I'm going to botch the dates, but back around 2012 or so, when the entire fleet was burned, along with, I think, Thetford's fleet and I think some other vehicles here and there. All of our vehicles were pretty well replaced at that point, which was 10 years ago. And so the last vehicle that we had out of that replacement was deadlined last week, maybe a week before. 27 September was when it was deadlined. And it was deadlined because we sent it out for inspection to our normal shop and they said, man, Chief, I don't think you want to spend the money into this car. Okay, well, what's it going to take? And they came back. Our usual shop came back with a little over $5,000, close to $6,000 actually, in work that we would need to do this year for it to pass inspection. With a just, hey, just so you know, you're going to have to replace the entire exhaust system next year. And honestly, we don't recommend it. So spoke with Brendan. We took it to another shop down in Hartford, and then we took it to Lebanon Ford. It's a Ford vehicle, and Lebanon Ford came in a little over $9,000 for a vehicle that right now I'm not even sure we'd sell it. Lebanon Ford also said that they would not recommend me driving it back to the police department. They would recommend me putting it on a record because if I got hit at a traffic light, I would be sitting in a seat with a steering wheel and a cloud of brown dust. Their words, not mine. Our fleet, I've been informed, and again, y'all remember, I'm just getting up to speed in everything that we do. So they're telling me that we've tried to keep police cars on a 10-year cycle, and that's too long for public safety vehicles. Most departments are rolling out public safety vehicles on a 5-year cycle, which still has some life left in the vehicle at the end of our use, which is kind of one of these trade-off factors of, do you want to drive something until it's completely expended and then put it in the junkyard, or do you want to recoup some of our investment in it, while it still has that value to recoup? Additionally, so our other 3 marked patrol vehicles that we have are Ford Interceptors, which is the Ford SUV looking kind of thing, not the Expedition, but the standard state trooper car and our standard police. See, 2 of those are hybrids, the 2020 and the 2023. Since we've had the 2020 hybrid, and I think I got enough distance between everybody, it's had 3 major electrical failures, including last week when all the emergency lights and sirens died on the way to a call. I prefer to take data from everywhere that I can get it, as long as it seems valid. And when I've talked to Hartford next door, they had their deputy chief and fleet manager went to Fleet Expo this year and tested out all the cars and talked to the manufacturers' representatives. And Ford and GM stood there and told the law enforcement guys, don't buy hybrids for public safety. They're not ready yet. For upper New England. Massachusetts will tell you they are almost a completely hybrid fleet for their state police. But there is a climate difference between there and here. The batteries that support cranking the engine and the electrical systems on those vehicles are smaller in the hybrids. They're the auxiliary batteries because it has the bigger battery for the main drive of the vehicle. What that means is all the load that we're putting on it with 2 radios and a siren and blue lights and lights inside and lights outside, all of that is taxing on a smaller battery. So they're just not quite there. I love electric vehicles in the snow. They are singularly the best thing in the snow. But they're just not quite ready for frontline public safety use. And I think we're seeing that in the 2020 that we have. I think we're going to see that in the 2023. Hartford has moved completely away from the Fords, and part of that is cost. The Tahoes they are moving to, the Chevy product, is about $10,000 to $12,000 cheaper than the Ford. Additionally, for us, as far as long-term utilization goes, there's only one place the hybrids can go to be worked on, and that's Lebanon Ford, which is expensive and hard to get into often. We waited a week and a half to get that vehicle in after it failed. So where we're standing is we have the 2 hybrids. We have a 2017 Ford Interceptor that has a little over 100,000 miles on. When I look to the state, they just, for tangential knowledge, they also exempt the Department of Public Safety and the Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement from the hybrid rule with the state fleet for this exact reason, because it just can't support the electrical drain on it, especially in the wintertime. Generally, we see around a 60 to 75,000 mile breakover in police vehicles. That gets you into your, things are getting a little more expensive to maintain. And then when you cross 100,000 miles, you're in a rapid decline in that vehicle's health, and it starts costing you a lot more money. Some of the money we've put into those sedans before they were deadlined and that older 2017 Ford were pretty substantial to keep them on the road. The last vehicle that we have currently operational in the fleet, the 4th vehicle, is the RAV4 that I drive. Nice car, not for public police use, not for police use. I can't lock it when it's running. So if I when I pulled up onto the Hemlock Road fire a few weeks ago at 2 o'clock in the morning, parked on Highway 5, I could either turn the lights off and pray nobody hit it coming down Highway 5, or I could turn the lights on and leave it running and unlocked. That's not okay either. So there's some challenges in the utilization of that going forward that
We have some things to think about for the budget.
Absolutely.
For tonight, do I anticipate that the big issue is whether or not we get rid of that car that has died?
If that's something you wish to entertain, I recommend it. To be quite honest with you, I think we're going to spend more getting rid of it than we're going to get from it. My recommendation, if you're looking for one, is that we strip the word Norwich off of it and put it on gov deals. See what we get. Because it will go to only another government entity at that point. And we can pull the radios out and leave the rest of the law enforcement equipment in it. The lights, because there's nothing in the marketplace right now that any of that equipment will translate over to.
So I'm not sure, when something's on the agenda for informational meetings, how is it distinguished from something that's for discussion or action? Like,
This one a little deeper than I anticipated,
Okay.
but I think that the question embedded in here is whether or not we want to, is there any urgency about this? Do we want to do it now, or do we just let it sit? Because obviously it's not doing anything. Yeah,
To the town manager decision?
that's a good question.
This came to the select board several months ago when we sold a prior vehicle. And my
That's right.
assumption was because it's town property, it's probably a select board authorization to dispose of that property. So
Okay.
my recommendation is along with the chiefs that this probably doesn't have any value at this point. We should try to get back any money that we can. And then again, the bigger discussion about moving forward with capital purchases is one to have during budget season.
So I guess the question for the board is, we could make a decision. We could do three things. We could say this is not something that the board has to decide. We give it to the town manager. We could say this is not a decision that we have to make tonight, and we'll put it on for another evening, or we just make a motion tonight and say we can sell this vehicle.
I don't have any, so yes, there is a replacement schedule. We didn't adopt it last year, we adopted it the year before. I too don't recall the mechanics of that replacement schedule. I don't remember the conversation around that replacement schedule. I know from this conversation that we have a 2023, we have a 2020, we have a 2017, and we have a ROV4. So I feel like we're good in vehicles, and I'm happy to talk about the replacement schedule. But not right now, because I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, I think that's a budget discussion. The only thing
The replacement schedule would provide direction for the town manager as to what to do about this vehicle, this fifth vehicle.
Okay.
Right?
Well.
Where is it? Where's the replacement schedule? Does anyone know anything about it?
No, it's
Okay,
dead. The thing is dead, that's all. So it's just sitting in our.
Yeah, so it's dead, but then if we want to buy one that is alive, I would say that's the town manager's discussion because he has a replacement schedule, but none of us can recall it, so I don't even,
The replacement schedule for vehicles is fuzzy.
Sure.
It allows you to make an argument anywhere from 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and it was recommended 2 chiefs ago.
But Chief Frank, I think, right?
I think it was her successor. It was
It
Killing.
was Simon Keeling.
Well,
Well, it sounds like it's a dead car. It's not safe to drive, so it should be gotten rid of. Replacement might be a different conversation, to replace with what.
right.
And also, when we do replace, I'd like to know, warranty on that 2020 would be like full failure.
Everything's been under warranty so far.
But it sounds like even if it's under warranty, if there's no one to fix it, like, if you go to your workplace and they don't have the people to fix it or the parts, it's kind of a moot point. So, but I'd say a dead car, you can't do anything with it, so it's just junk it. Move on.
Would you like to make a motion to sell the thing on gov.deals?
Wow.
Who knew?
Well, I think the police department I think this happened very, very often. I think this is a matter of routine that we weren't asked to entertain it. So I'm happy to let the dead car die, but I'm not sure that's our wheelhouse, right? Unless Brendan's telling us it is.
Well, again, that was the precedent that we had because it was property of the town. Again, I'm happy to have that delegated to me and I can make that decision and, or we do it tonight or we bring it back at another time.
Well, since it's fuzzy, the select board could make the decision because it is town property. And then I don't think we're necessarily taking anything out of your wheelhouse by statute. It's not a question of purchasing another one right now because we're not there yet.
Okay, so just so the motion might be something like I authorize the town manager or his designee to place the descriptive information about the car at auction. Like that would be the motion.
But to dispose of the vehicle in the most efficient way possible.
Yeah. So we're taking action, but not knowing anything about that action. That's
So just for perspective, a similarly aged vehicle that's never seen salt on the road is bringing about $2,000 on gut deals. That's all it's bringing.
I've been there.
And I think we netted $45 after the advertising fee for the last one we sold. So
what's the descriptive information on this car? You said it was a 2013
Ford
Taurus.
Ford Taurus. Okay. So I'll try this. I move to authorize the town manager or his designee to dispose of the 2013 Ford Taurus lease vehicle in the most expedient way possible. Efficient way possible.
I'll second that. Roger and Mary seconded it.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Goodbye.
The motion
Taurus.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He says,
Thank you.
see you back in a few minutes.
should we readjust the scheduling of our numbers to keep them in the hot seat for another minute, or?
Does anyone have any objection to taking number 7 next? That would be the Norwich Hanover Police Department reciprocal agreement.
I do not object.
Anyone object? Okay, so Brennan?
Okay, so we had discussion at the last meeting about a total agreement for police services that crosses over the state line, the Connecticut River between Norwich and Hanover. And I think at that point, people wanted to just know a little bit more about the document. So in the packet included, we had a memo from V.S.A that kind of explains the system there, the agreement that we have, as well as the state statute that V.S.A had found that basically says the legislative body needs to approve of this. So that's why we're here tonight in front of the board, is just, I guess, to get approval for what has been a historical agreement between the two towns. And Chief, please stand on that if you have anything else.
So the first thing I would tell you is that this is a routine document. It's executed up and down the Connecticut River between multiple towns on both sides. I expect that you will see a similar document coming to you down the road once I get all the geography sorted out and the places where we are likely to be or not be. It does not obligate us to do anything. It only enables us to go help Hanover when they need the help, and for Hanover to come help us. It's especially important between us and Hanover because of the unified school district. Because we have Norwich students that are going to school in Hanover, and in the event of some incident within the school system, we are all going to be working together to bring a successful resolution to it. We have already engaged with Hanover. We went to their exercise last week at one of the schools where they were exercising a portion of their emergency plan. We're working actively with Marion Cross to get their plan brought up to the new state standards. State passed a statute earlier this year, dealing with school safety. So we're working to make sure Marion Cross is up to speed on all of those things. Historically, since 2018, we've been to Hanover 5 times, and they've come to us 10. That's what we were able to pull right off the bat. I think it's more than that, but I think those were the bigger issues. We have quite a few where I don't think is captured in those numbers where we've had incidents on the bridge. And we just all meet out there and go, all right, let's see, where's the marker? And figure it out. So, again, I think part of this is just routine, but I could not find evidence of where the select board had ever endorsed this. So I like when I have to answer hard questions after bad incidents to say we've done all of the things the statute tells us to do.
Well done.
So.
Any questions for the chief?
No, thanks.
All right. Can we have a motion? I move to approve the current signed Norwich Hanover Police Department reciprocal agreement.
I'll second.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much for doing that, coming and waiting.
Thank you for rearranging me.
Yes. Good night. All right, now, I think we are completely trying to.
Back to 6, I think is.
We are at the DPW. Brennan?
Okay, so we have 2 items coming from the Department of Public Works. Both of these are recommendations from Chris Kaufman, our DPW director. The first one relates to purchasing road salt. And as you can see from the brief memo there, the pricing of this is very close. The recommendation, Chris, is to go with the American Rock Salt Company, which is 40 cents less per ton. Information about the quotes is in the packet as well. And I think that's all I can tell you about that.
Okay. We'll do the other one next. So do we have any questions about the road salt? Priscilla?
I just was, you don't maybe have to answer this, but I thought it was curious that American Rock Salt estimated we'd need 1,800 tons and the Cargill estimate was only 1,000 tons. Like what?
Well, we're paying for it by the ton that we use. So yeah, I'm not sure why that discrepancy would be there.
I think the good thing is it's something that we can hold over, right?
Doesn't go off. So you don't use it, it's protected under it, so.
Yeah, we just use it next year. So in the spirit of data, we should remember that data point for next year, actually.
It's a preservative.
But then
Yes, but
the
it's
motion,
water soluble.
the motion calls it road sand. Is that wrong on the motion sheet?
Did I write sand instead of salt? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
We can amend that, right?
the other question of the motion does not answer is, are we doing this based on the limitation of the budget that's been set for this item? Or are we just saying, we'll just order any amount of salt that the DPW director wants to order?
Well,
Wouldn't it be
I
weather?
think it was on the sand, we said that we were limiting it to whatever was in the budget for that line item.
I just wonder whether the decision was made in consideration of how many days that you usually need salt rather than which you would think that would be what would come out of a budget decision, you know?
I think
you do want to have enough salt.
I think in the past, we've had a counting of what was in the inventory and how much we thought we would need and whether the budget was there to cover that anticipated need. Because if you still have, 50 tons or whatever sitting there, you're not going to need to purchase as much this year unless you have an incredibly difficult winter.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I kind of think our DPW director would have taken that under consideration also because the salt shed may be a typical size to protect it since it's water soluble, you have to protect it under a shed. So
I don't have a problem with this as long as we stipulate that, we're going to stay within the budget. And I don't remember what was stipulated for the amount of money we were going to spend on this.
So what's always happened,
not
and I'm not,
exceed.
and if you want to do something different, it is that we've always ordered an amount that was recommended. We've approved whatever the purchase was for, that's recommended. And there's been occasions where we've been asked to get more from, yes, and it doesn't always come from the allotted budget line, but it comes from the budget. So the town manager makes a recommendation.
Right, but there's no recommendation here of the amount that we will purchase, just the cost per ton. And we have a budget of $119,626. And so I would like us to stipulate that we will authorize this contract and that our purchases will not exceed the budget amount of $119,626.
Well,
But if you need more
if you
salt,
need more salt, you're gonna be really.
Well, then
not gonna like
then they,
supplying it to town.
right, then the DPW director and the town manager should come back to us with that request.
and they typically do,
But they do that anyway.
in my experience, which
It's
is,
just, it means overspending a line item, which isn't great, but that's
winter.
winter, also
Right.
variable.
But you don't know what inventory we have right now.
We also don't know the weather.
That's true.
We'll have, our ice storms.
Oh, oof. So how can we help, Pam?
So I'd
Give us
like to
just a
make a
motion,
motion.
okay.
I move to support the road salt contract with American Rock Salt fiscal year 2023 to 24 through 5/31/24 in the amount of $86.10 per ton, including delivery.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Roger. Call the question. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
No,
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Pam says no, the motion passes. Okay, next we have the winter snowplow. Brennan?
Okay, so I think the memo that Director Kaufman put together probably will explain this to everyone better than I'll be able to. Basically, we had the same contract last year. This is to have supplemental snow plowing assistance. The cost is significantly higher than it was last year. Primarily because we've added some roads that are going to be under our authority as opposed to Hartford's, and some just cost increases there across the 3 different sections.
But to be clear, those are they're in our town.
Yes, no, we had, I guess, in the past, Hartford had serviced those roads.
Right.
They have their own staffing issues right now. So, I guess the crux of this is that we have staffing issues, continuing with kind of green snow plowing crew. And this, I guess, again, is the solution to that in the short term, is to pay out basically a third-party contractor to help us keep the roads safe and navigable in the winter. We don't have necessarily a budgeted line for this. I talked to Chris about that earlier today. I think they have roughly $22,000 or $23,000 in their snow plowing budget line. And he is expecting to have a surplus due to a vacancy in their personnel. And I think at this line item, I'm not completely sure why we didn't do a little better job budgeting, knowing we would probably be in this position for fiscal year 24, but we did not. So I think as we look at the fiscal year 25 budget, we need to be realistic about what these costs are going to be, at least for the next winter. And at this point, I think we have to commit to this. We only had one bid for the service of the roads, so we don't have multiple choices here. We kind of have to do this tonight because I think we need to lock this in the middle of October here, a little later than what we were hoping for, actually.
This is deja vu from last year.
Well, it's just labor market. So can you just clarify, I apologize, it's probably in the memo. So this is a contract of up to the dollar amount, but then will it be subject to invoicing for what they use, or are we paying out like a lump sum from the contract?
No, I think, again, my understanding is this is paid out, on a regular basis based on the work.
Okay, so we're authorizing a contract for a total amount, but it might not all be used.
I think that should
But I
go
got
in the
that.
motion too.
I thought that this was a lump
I
sum,
thought so too.
just like it was last year. And if we have a heavy winter, we're better off. We don't spend as much. We still get the service. And if we have a light winter, we've paid more than what we receive.
It's a
pre-buy. It's a pre-buy, yes.
And that was the answer.
That it was a lump.
Yeah.
And the other question that I have, if I may, I'm wondering what what are we doing to work ourselves out of this situation? Because as I read this, I said, it says that this may be several years that we're expected to do this going forward. And so I'm wondering, what are we doing to get these people trained? What are they doing in terms of road plowing this winter? Because not all the town roads are listed here. Are we to assume that the town crew is doing the roads that are not listed?
Correct.
Last year, New Boston Road was not listed, and yet we saw Chase doing our road, not the town.
Well, I think the first paragraph of the memo kind of explains the current staffing, which is green. We have one very experienced plower. We've had a couple people that have been doing this for several seasons. We have somebody that's going to be first year, and then we have somebody that's has no experience. So they are planning to be out there, and this is supplementing the work that we're doing with our own crew.
So my question is, what's the solution that we're working toward? Can we
to hire more well-trained, experienced workers, but that will cost money.
But I think, sorry, Mary had her hand up first.
Oh, Mary?
Well, I think I was going to commend Chris Kaufman, because he's bringing along a crew of young people. And if you can imagine being in one of those giant snowplows and missing the mailboxes, and raising and lowering the weight and so forth, I think it's a matter that they just need to have experience. So I'm just saying that in a year, I think we would be in a better position.
That's my question. What's the time frame that we're looking
Time
at?
frame for the experience is
Right.
trying to be built in. They're going to have a lot better shape.
Can we look for, a lesser contract amount next year because we have more trained staff that can take on more of the town roads?
I would think so.
I mean, I think that's implied. I mean, what I was just going to add on to Mary's was that I think the memo is different. It describes a different situation than it did last year. It's saying that we do potentially have adequate staffing, but he is concerned he wants to honor the fact that they will require some training, be onboarded, develop some experience. And so we're
building a team.
And so in fact, it's less of we don't have the labor, we need to bring in additional services. It's more like we have a good team who could benefit from not feeling pressured to perform
Right.
at a high level.
So my question
So I think it is a different
is
situation. And so I wanted to say that.
they've had 1 year. Do they need 2 years more, 3 years more? How many years do we need? And that was my question. What are we doing to solve this problem? When can we work ourselves out of it?
But why don't we table that question until we have Chris with us for the budget?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. We don't have, I read this and it's you don't have to do this. It would be good for everyone. But if you're solely fiscally, and if it's only about the fiscal line as bottom line for the money, then.
Well,
But I
that's
think-
not what Pam was.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying we don't have to do this, but I think we should. That's my point. Stop.
Well, I think we do have to do it. I just hope we don't have to do it every year going forward, that we can put our employees through a training program that gets them up to speed so that we can eliminate the need for this.
That's the point.
I think winter is the training program, but yes.
Yeah, the hands-on kind of thing, gotta be out there doing it.
Okay, so have we discussed this enough?
Sure.
Totally.
Right? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the winter snow plowing contract with Chase Site Services, Inc. for the period October 2023 through April 2024 in the amount of $95,575.
We have a second.
I'll second. Yeah.
Second by Roger. Call the question. Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a break soon.
Yes, I'm glad you reminded me because I never think of it.
Okay.
We'll have a break for 5 minutes and come back. How about we just come back at 9:35?
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
We are at number 8, Lister's Office Personnel with an executive session. Do we have a first motion?
I move to find that premature general public knowledge would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to 1 V.S.A. 313A1.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second, Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. Do we have a second?
Move to enter executive session under 1 V.S.A. 313A1F for the purpose of discussing confidential attorney-client communications and for the purpose of providing professional legal services to this body and to invite the town manager and town council.
No, they're not.
They're not here, right? Yes. Okay. To invite the town manager.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Marcia, can I ask a question, Marcia?
You can, and just, well, I suppose we can have discussion. We have this on the table. Does anyone have anything? Well, before we go into executive session, go ahead, Jan.
Well, I just would ask if you had any estimate of the time required in this executive session, just so those of us waiting for the next agenda item can plan around that.
Fair enough. I think.
I would hate to.
We hate to hazard a guess. Would you like us to give you a call?
No, we'll wait. If you knew, I would appreciate it. But if you can't guess, then don't try. We'll wait for it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Unanimous. We are in executive session at 9:38.
The recording has stopped.
You guys are unmuted and on camera.
Okay. I wasn't sure if they were clean or
No,
dirty.
I'll get 'em.
Yeah, if they're clean, I'll go.
No, you won't.
This meeting is being recorded.
May we have a motion, please?
Move to enter public session.
Do we have a second?
Second it.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous. We are back in session at 10:07. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is planning commission discussion. Brendan, would you like to start that off? Or would you like Jan to start that off?
Well, I will start just briefly and just say I've been working closely with Jan here over the last month or so related to help the planning commission be successful in their work. And one of those pieces has been a ongoing discussion about staffing in the office and what that would look like. And we're still kind of working through that process right now as far as I'm concerned. I seem to have a good outcome where we can find the right person to come in and help that office and help move the town forward on planning related matters.
Okay, thank you. Jan, do you want to have anything to offer?
Yes, sure. Just maybe a little bit of background, because I think there may be some confusion or just not visible exactly where the planning commission stands. The hiring is one piece, but just on planning commission activities since April or something. And I would say that the most important thing is that we're currently in a kind of a collection of input from the community as to what our priorities should be. So we're having conversations with the DRB, with historic preservation, with conservation and the energy committee to ask the question, what do they think we should be working on? What are the problems? What are the concerns? So that activity is going on, and really for me is the most important thing to help us set our priorities. Clearly there are things like state laws that have changed over the course since 2009 when the zoning regs were done. So we need to catch up on those and see where we're not aligned and understand put that in the hopper for work. So that's one activity. And then as we're seeing more clearly pieces of work that need to be done, we're setting up subcommittees to work on those and to use as vehicles to get more participation of other residents and groups. So right now we have a solar siting subcommittee that has a charter and is working to look at that specific topic. We have decided initially to focus on scenic resources and ridgeline as it relates to solar siting, and Chris can speak to that more if she wants to. We have a land use committee, which is just getting started defining its charter. And then just last night, we set up a subcommittee to deal with, they don't have a name yet, but essentially multimodal transportation, bikeways, sidewalks, trails, and so forth. That would include the Route 5 corridor topic, and some of the other multimodal transportation issues that are clearly important to people. So that's the activities that we're doing now. And then to Brennan's point on the hiring, it is critical that we get planning and zoning staff hired, and that the Planning Commission and the DRB are participating in that activity. We just got a volunteer from the DRB, which is Jack Candon, to participate in that. I'm very, very happy about his involvement, and within the next couple of days, I'll sit down with Jack and Brennan and really try and reinvigorate that hiring process. So I'd say that's the background on where we stand right now.
Thank you. Brendan, do you have any more to add?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Or do you have any, Mary?
Yeah, a question for Jan. I'm wondering if the planning commission has a vision for the type of person they'd like to hire for support. In other words, are they looking more for a person, might be the equivalent of a town administrator versus a town manager? It sounds like the planning commission has a pretty strong sense of the different directions that they want to go with planning. So you're sort of trying to maybe not go in the direction of having a strong personality for a planner that would direct the commission, but rather the commission is polling the community and the committee's commissions and having the input come, you know, sort of up from the bottom. Is that kind of what you guys are thinking, or what? Is it something along those lines?
I can, it's certainly open for any other members of the commission that want to chime in. I would say that your description is not inaccurate, that I think the feeling of the commission is that the position of whether it's zoning administrator, municipal planner, you know, we want a capable person who's focused on planning and zoning work, that is working very closely with the planning commission and the DRB. Clearly, the planning commission as the town group is the policy-making group and directs the activity of the employees. So we certainly want someone capable. This is a person that makes judgments about permits and learns our regulations backwards and forwards. But we clearly want the town group, the planning commission, to be setting policy and making the important decisions.
I have one more question.
Yes.
How does that vision fit within a more regional context? Like with, you know, how does it balance with the, you know, TRRC and state goals and so forth? Are you seeing it as compatible or maybe pushing back on some things, or?
I think that is just speaking personally for myself. I would say that I'm very interested in making sure that we are aligned regionally, not just TROC, but also Upper Valley, Lake Sunapee on the other side. And then clearly we have to understand the context that state law gives us, and we have to act within that. So I have no, that the way I feel is we should learn what those state regs are and make sure we're working within them. If somebody wants to fight about state law and regulations, I take that as another activity that they can do with their state rep. The planning commission is going to understand the context we're working in and try and be effective.
Okay, thank you. Roger.
Brendan, how many applicants have you had to date?
Qualified applicants?
Yeah, how many qualified applicants? 2. Okay, and so that was for the combined planning director and zoning administrator role, right? And so we had, okay, so before that was put back into one position budgetarily last year, there was a thought that by making a zoning administrator full-time, while admittedly being, while part-time was more appropriate, it was thought that because there was a dearth of qualified people doing this work, that a full-time position might be attractive. So we also need a zoning administrator, I would argue, more pressingly than a planner, right? So is there a thought to split the roles again in the interest of knowing that we are running out on that contract? I would also say that the two previous town managers have acted as the were entrusted to be the acting zoning administrator when the primary zoning administrator was not able to perform duties. And is that something your office is interested in doing or capable of doing? So a couple of questions. Just to sum up, does any of the vision or strategy involve separating the position again to try to get that zoning administrator, knowing that that is a pressing position, that we need to have, and that we're losing our contract? And then does your office have any plans for being the acting zoning administrator as past practice has happened?
So I'll answer those. The second one first, no, as far as the zoning administration, I don't have any direct experience in that.
Okay.
It's technical and important role that I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable taking on. As far as the vision, I mean, my vision when I came in here last December and learned that we had a vacancy in that part-time role was that we would have a better chance of finding someone, offering a competitive professional salary and benefits. We would have a better chance of finding someone who could serve both roles. And I think the zoning piece is critical in that we have timely submittals that need to be processed. And we've been, I think, very lucky to have Kyle Katz and Two Rivers step up and help us through the last 8 or 9 months of that. But they will be ending at the end of this year. So there's a time urgency to what happens at the end of December here. I think the piece of, a planning manager, director, whatever that title is equally important to a town. Because I think we have a lot of work out there, and initiatives and good ideas need to be exploited, and we just do not have the capacity to do that. I think Jan mentioned a couple of those. We have a discussion going on right now about affordable housing and how do we help facilitate more of that. We have discussions going on about bike and pedestrian safety and how do we address those concerns, or how do we make Norwich a more walkable community. We have grant opportunities that occur regularly, which we would like to be able to tap into and leverage outside funding. So all of that, in my mind, requires a very sophisticated and experienced director level position, the right individual who can help guide the town and can work collaboratively with the commission and the DRB and, pull in the right direction here to move the town forward. However, I certainly admit that we have not had success in finding that person. And I think part of that is salary constraint, even though, we I think put $80,000 to $90,000 on that as a range of salary. I think that might even be low in today's market, and that might have something to do with it. Other complexities of Norwich, I think, contribute to having a hard time finding somebody to step into that role. So, again, I'm open to all ideas, but I think we do need, in my mind, to have somebody in a professional capacity leading the office.
So my question was, are you splitting the role again? Or consider splitting the role again?
I will consider anything, but
I
think I will consider anything, but I think the discussion we're having right now, at least currently, is to continue to look at this as one full-time salary position.
And effectively, wouldn't it be more economical if it were one person?
Well, I think if you're offering 2 part-time positions, you save on some benefits there, but I think it's a much less attractive opportunity. I think, again, when we came in, 8 months ago, the thought was we'll have a better chance of finding the right candidate to fulfill both roles in one position with a higher salary. So to answer your question, Roger, open to thinking about different options, but
I was saying both as full-time positions. Just
you were thinking of two full-time.
Yes, because that was budgeted not last year, but the previous year.
I was unaware of that.
So that was my question or thought. Would you consider changing the strategy to hire 2 full-time positions, particularly since we have some technical zoning deadlines and needs, and that we're losing that person, but blah blah blah. Okay, thank you.
And I will just also add that if you look at currently the job postings that are out there, multiple municipalities are looking for these same types of professionals, either zoning administrators or planning directors, and it's been that way since we started looking as well. So it's not just Norwich that's struggling. lack of qualified candidates.
Pam.
Where are we advertising? I looked at the VLCT website today and Norwich has no positions advertised on that site, so.
That position was pulled about 2 months ago when we started having discussions about what the future vision of that would be.
So where are we advertising now that we're getting?
We don't have a position listed right now because I don't think have a degree of certainty of what that position would be.
Is there a revised job description about the future vision? I've heard that phrasing several times and I have heard no vision.
On the town website, there is a current listing, which has got the title of planning director and zone administrator.
Mm-hmm. And so what is new about it that wasn't in place before? Like what is the lines that are new and innovative that didn't exist prior or in previous years?
I certainly couldn't tell you that off the top of my head.
Did you have something?
Yeah, I just to point out that is one of the big concerns of the Planning Commission is that we have lapsed in advertising and in really pushing to move this higher. And that's one of the charters, I think, of the small group that we'll start with in the next couple of days. It's to reinvigorate that, to figure out exactly what is the job description and how to focus it, and then where to advertise it, how to push and really move this thing, because it has no question gone stale and isn't moving.
Anything else? Ernie?
Ernie Ciccatelli, Norwich, and on the Planning Commission. I just wanted to say as quickly as possible that historically this town has done really, it went through its largest and longest growth spurt in the early 90s and through the 2000s with with a zoning administrator. We did not need a director level person at all. The wheels started to fall off with our planning and so on, when we started having people starting to try to tell the Planning Commission how to do its job. You've got to remember that statute authorizes the Planning Commission to come up with the policies, not someone else. No other staff. Staff is supposed to assist, not develop. The zoning, and when it comes to picking the zoning administrator, the statute clearly states that the nomination of the zoning administrator is the purview of the Planning Commission and no one else. Finally, a planning director is inappropriate for this town because the statutes say that it's for municipal, urban municipalities. And this, although some people, it might technically be referred to that right now because we don't really have a charter that says one way or the other. This is a small town and does not really fit in the urban definition by any stretch of the imagination. So there is no need for some sort of fully staffed, high-level set of directors. The Planning Commission is also made up of a bunch of very professional people. You have 3 bona fide engineers on the thing, one of whom is is capable in understanding and has been on the Planning Commission for 40 years, more or less, in and out anyways. You have only one attorney this time on the Planning Commission, and you have a couple other people. Let's see, what are we up to? And you have 2 other people that are just good, solid thinking citizens. You have all the expertise to come up to the same way you do with a select board. It's the same sort of kind of makeup of people that are making up policy for planning. It's a more specialized set of policy, but it's the same sort of thing that you guys are doing. That's all I really purpose.
I'm just trying to understand what the ask is. I'm just always trying to understand what the ask. So I'm hearing from Jan that he wants something innovative. I'm hearing from Brennan that we are to have the director of planning and the zoning administrator be the same role and that we're gonna change the recruitment process. I'm hearing Ernie saying that we just need a zoning administrator, and I'm saying hire both full-time. So are we here to discuss the vision of the staffing of this, or like, what is the conversation? I'm asking for some help, actually.
I think that the conversation here needed to be had because the planning commission has a new slate of people, and they were wrestling with their role in the whole planning process. And to that end, they're looking at 24 V.S.A. 4325, which controls. And it says that they can retain staff and consultant assistants in carrying out its duties and powers. But its duties and powers are listed in 24 V.S.A. 4325. And the reality is that I think a changing group of appointed committee members can probably not bite off and complete everything that's on this in this statute. That is not to say that they shouldn't be a guiding hand in what's going on in that statute. But as I keep saying, the select board has the purse strings, and we also potentially have a vested interest in making sure that other things are happening, right? So the planning director, or whatever we call the person, and in fact, there's a suggestion that that's not the correct title under the applicable statute, 4325. But we may want to just continue the discussion about what's necessary to ensure that Norwich gets everything that needs to be done for the town of Norwich. So this is by way of ensuring that, and it's kind of the first foray that we've had into what I'm anticipating is going to be a long, steady stream of discussions with all the different commissions and committees and boards to understand what you think your charge is, what we think your charge is, what we're going to pay for, and how we're going to proceed. And I think the very first step here is the good one, that everybody is going to sit down and look at the applicants who've been, it's not that nothing's been done. They've been waiting in the wings, and, you know, Brennan couldn't move forward for many reasons. And so now we're at that stage.
Yep. Marcia, if I may.
Yes, please.
Well, I'd like to, I think you're right. This is the beginning of a conversation on a range of issues. I see the select board as the legislative body. If you read all the statutes, the legislative body is going to approve the town plan that we help draft. The legislative body is going to approve the zoning regs. So we obviously need to be in sync with your thinking, or our work is not going to is a waste of time. So I want us to be in that communication. And also the planning commission is, has responsibilities that can be taken off your plate. If someone puts something about a noise ordinance on your plate, you can say, oh, that goes into the planning commission. The solar siting subcommittee is dealing with specific topics that the select board has to deal with. I would invite the select board to put to have a member on the solar siting subcommittee of the PC as a way to integrate some conversation, but also as a way to take something off your plate, which will then be brought back as thoughtful proposed regulations that you can look at. So I would urge us to talk enough to get an integrated picture that says, this is what the planning commission is doing, this is what the select board is doing, and this is how we work together. And I think the job description and the hire and the title are relatively small topics compared to that bigger relationship. And so I would urge us to let the small group of people that we have work on the specifics of the hiring And the two boards and commissions deal with the bigger topics of just how do we work together and divide up appropriately.
So this is the first of many discussions.
Agreed.
So
Roger.
what are you are you looking to us just to nod our heads and agree with that? Or are you looking for feedback? Like, what are you looking for? It sounds like a disastrous recruitment plan to have a giant committee or non-committee, a giant group of people.
It's three people.
Three people. Okay, that's good. So we have some clarity. So I'm trying to imagine a scenario where in order to attract a thoughtful, qualified professional, that we're going to say, yes, please come. You will not have a director title and you will be subservient to this originalist reading of some statute in which you perform duties that we assign to you. And also you kind of have a boss in the form of a town manager. So I'm perhaps not hearing correctly, but I don't see a thoughtful, qualified professional thinking that is lovely. So my advice then would be, if that's how the Planning Commission wants to govern, and that's what we want to nod our heads to, that you would begin very aggressively hiring for the zoning administrator, who the functions of that job are very, very used to the committee work process. People who have experience in these jobs very much know what it's like to function and interact with the committee, and we need a zoning administrator. So I would say start there. I think it's really hard. I think it would be harder to find a planner under these narrated conditions.
Well, the reason.
You know what I mean?
Yes. The reason that this is in front of you is so that everybody is aware of what's going on.
Or not going.
What's going on. And it's kind of over to Brennan now, who's going to be pursuing this hiring situation, right? And carving out sort of the parameters, but you all need to know what's happening, because this is going to have budgetary implications and they'll come back to us with information. But as it unfolds, you're being informed. And again, this is a very gray, nebulous area where we're talking about statute saying something has to happen. And you've got citizen-appointed committees doing something and elected officials doing something else, and a town manager who in our town government is the person who hires people.
So Marcia, what if I said this? What if I said, I would like the town manager to conduct a search for his employee, and obviously we know that the planning commission has to make a recommendation for us on their staff, right? So why doesn't the town manager conduct his search for his employee and brings it to the planners, the planning commission, and they have the ability to reject what he brings to the table?
You answer that?
Well, I think we'd like to.
Why would you want to cede your authority to a situation that would be difficult for a qualified professional to come into?
Yeah, I've struggled with how to proceed. I don't really have a great answer on how this is going to work, to be honest with you. I think the planning commission has to accept the role of this new person, or they will fail immediately. And if the vision of the planning commission at the moment is that this director level, whatever we want to call them, professional, is not the right path, then trying to hire somebody into that position will be impossible. And if they were to come here, they would leave soon after in disappointment.
So that's the question. So the question is, I'm so confused. So the question is whether or not we agree that the planning commission should not hire a director of planning. Is that the question?
No.
I think what we're trying to do is work collaboratively with a group of people that have a vision, with the town manager that has a vision, and we're trying to meld those into something that will work for everyone. I don't know if that will be successful, but that is where we are tonight, and we'll have a meeting here, as John said, in the next few days to see if we can move it forward.
And my concern is that the powers and duties of the planning commission are fulfilled
which I see as a collaborative effort by whoever sits in that office under whatever name, and whatever the planning commission can manage in terms of bandwidth. And if we hire a person and they fail, then we have all failed, and we need to revisit how this works.
But don't you think it's very concerning that like a group of people like unilaterally decide who fails and doesn't fail when they're evaluated to be a qualified professional? Isn't that a little disturbing? I understand we need to be team oriented and like, you know, bring everyone to the table. But like, I don't know, does like one group of people get veto power over qualified professionals that are hired by our town manager?
Well, like with all sorts of things that go on in town, people, staff, elected officials, anybody can undermine any.
Yeah.
And so what we need to do is try and foster and model a culture where that changes.
And you think this is fostering that culture?
I think that because this town falls under 24 V.S.A.
Oh, Lord, okay.
3325, and town council agrees, we have to work together collaboratively.
So is there a way this can just be done in steps, like Roger was suggesting, that we could at least start by hiring a zoning administrator? Because there are sort of the more nuts and bolts aspects to it that do need to be done regardless of vision. Well, so maybe
I do, just to point out, Marcia, if I may, that I think to a proposal that says, let's fill a zoning administrator position as the starting point, I think you might find a more agreement on that than anything else. And to your point, though, Marcia, we need to get our jobs done. We need to be able to fulfill the statutory responsibilities to rewrite the plans as needed. But that's part of why we're doing the survey input work initially, because we don't need to rewrite everything by 2 months from now. And so if we look at the body of work and say between the bandwidth of the lay commission and a staff that is as a full-time zoning administrator, that we can fulfill our duties, I don't think that's a bad starting point as a vision, and then we'll work from that in the conversations in the coming weeks.
And I think in your work, Brennan, we should look at what the budget is, whether we still have 2 budgeted positions or if we only have 1.
We just have
one.
Yeah.
We have 1.
So that's, I'll get to you in a minute, Stuart. Anybody else on the board have a comment? Stuart?
Stuart Richards, Planning Commission member, Norwich. So, and keeping in mind that my comments are only from one planning commissioner, and we have 3 or 4 others that are in the audience, and they can either underscore what I'm going to say or present a different vision. I think that what you've articulated, Marcia and Jan, in terms of collaboration is really the key to what we want to achieve. And we have to recognize the history that's gone before. What we've seen in the past is very strong zoning planning commissioners or directors, or whatever term you want to use. And they have been the guide really for the planning commission. What we have now, as articulated by Ernie, is a planning commission that feels fully capable of directing what is to come in terms of any edits or alterations or additions.
I think we're losing you. Can you just sum up
because we're losing your connection and it's getting late.
And
Yep.
we would act to that. Do obviously have an phase. I'm sorry.
We're losing you, Stuart.
Okay, sorry for the, I'm sorry. Sorry for the technical problems, but I don't control that. But in any case, what I'm trying to say is that I'd like to support what both Jan and Ernie have said. Work collaboratively with the select board, which is so important, and point our noses in the direction of having a strong zoning administrator to start with. So, and thanks for hearing my comments.
Thank you. All right, unless there's anything else, we'll move on and we will look forward to hearing how this progresses, Brennan.
Just one thing, Marcia, just an invitation on the solar sighting side. As I said, we're going to focus initially on the scenic resources and ridgeline definition and regs a week from yesterday. So the 17th will be the next meeting. We're using that as public comment, and various groups are coming and residents to start the conversation about scenic and ridgeline. So I would just invite any of the select board that wants to attend to do so.
Thank you. And what time is that?
6:30 on the 17th.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are on number 10, which should be our last. We do have discussion items, but that can be quick. Select board guidance for appointed groups and development of oversight protocols. So this was basically an effort to start the articulation of our expectations. And as the last conversation just demonstrated, we probably need to be thinking about this. And so I put together what I hoped would look like a table of contents for how we might put a handbook together. And some of it is just going to be boilerplate, you know, it lives somewhere and we can just put it all in one place. The part that's going to need our work is the general reporting structure, operational framework, responsibilities, etc. There are 4 things that I thought of to go in there. I wanted to just throw it out for what anybody else thought should go in there, and then ask if people would like to volunteer to take one of those 4 things and write something for it.
Can you read the 4 items?
Reporting structure, which might not be difficult at all, but it, you know, sometimes it is. Operational framework, responsibilities, limitations. So things that I'm thinking about are, you know, the issue that came up with waivers for e-bikes. Those kinds of things have to be run through our council and insurance carriers, and we need people to understand that. We need to make sure people understand how they are expected to follow the open meeting law, what that means. And this would be a one-stop shop that you can give to all people, I'm sort of thinking, when they are appointed, so that they understand what they're supposed to do, and you don't end up with frustrated people, delays, sending things out to council for be looked at. It should all be regularized. And, you know, for reporting structure, largely, you know, there's things that, like, if I'm going to just keep using this waiver because I'm tired and that's all I can think of. But, you know, that should have gone to Brennan in the first instance. And people don't understand these things. For a long time, I think committees have just been doing their own thing. And it's really time that we sort of started thinking about a cohesive, holistic approach so that we're not wasting time. The thing that I brought up tonight, based on the letter from the Connecticut River Council, that's a great example where the select board could put people in touch and say, you know, you all need to be thinking about what these folks are saying, and maybe you need to say something
about what Norwich is intending or thinks is important about protecting the water or the land or whatever. So I'm just trying to codify something so that there is a good resource for everybody and it makes things easier to function. So if anybody thinks there's value in that, we can start fleshing this out. I'm happy to do the grunt work and get, the boilerplate stuff that's available. Fill in, I was promising to do a list of elected officials and their terms and all of that anyway, elected and appointed. And so that's going to happen because I wanted to put a chart up here. But the rest of this, we've kind of talked about it. And I thought it would also serve as a structure for when we're talking to the different groups and they're coming in to see us.
I'd offer, my office could take care of putting that chart together for you, since you probably have other things you could be doing.
I do. I did a study of what's on our town website for committees, and there's a lot of information that's missing or not standardized. Just an overview of what's out there. So this might be a jumping off point.
So we can start filling this in if anybody's interested. What's the pleasure of the committee, of the board? Is this valuable or not valuable?
It's late at night.
I really think, not saying scrap it, but just give us a second, Marcia, just put it right.
All right, or we
Into
can
this.
for another night if you want.
I think it's good to have sort of a good working structure and, the open meeting law, we have kind of noticed that there might be certain areas where people do need reminders. So, things like that, the kind of legal framework, really. Waivers are certainly legal consideration. But I've always wondered about, select board's desire to sort of steer. And I think there is kind of in this town, I think there's like upwellings from underneath that are pretty strong. So there's also the question of that, people get inspired by different things. For instance, the conservation, the trails committee might say, oh, put so much work into Guile Mountain, let's have some ads. Let's advertise at Dartmouth to have people.
Because we don't have a big enough parking problem.
Exactly. Create these beautiful trails, I want everybody to enjoy them, but then it kind of backfires.
So
That's what I'm saying. So, but it's also that enthusiasm, I think we've asked people that maintain websites, well, they have a passion for it, because it's trails or something that they really want to do versus the town website, which is general. And we say, it's going to be really expensive to get anybody to look at that. There's disconnects of what people feel passionate about and want to do and what we have an actual budget for to pay anybody to do and how to coordinate all this. So there's sort of an organic element to this too. And I don't know if we can capture it or steer it or whatever, but I think no matter what structure we put on it, it's going to always be there. There'll always be kind of a push and pull with that, I think.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, this should probably be a living document that changes, when we talk to people and they come in and they say, we're passionate about doing this, and we don't know that, right? But we don't have a problem with it necessarily.
Right.
Or they say, we're going to take over and make trails all over everybody's land. And we say, well, hello, did you think about like easements or?
Right, a lot of considerations that need coordinating.
Right.
So I might say, thank you for this, you prepared this. So I might say the handbook is a good goal that, let's fill this chart out. Like, it would be great if we had completed information in all of these areas. So, nobody has any obligation to inform you of anything, right? But that being said, I think it would be a very easy task to put all the board's commissions, the term lengths, the number of members, the vacancies, and statement of purposes. And if we can't find, maybe we'll find that some of these committees disagree with their statement of purpose, or they would want to update it, or even better, talk to us about what their statement of purpose should be. So I think the handbook should be absolutely done, but we need we have obligations to know more. And I think we need to get this done.
Well, a couple of things I found very disturbing in this research that I did was that the Historic Preservation Commission does not have a statement of purpose on our website, but they do have one on the Norwich Historical Society's website.
Right.
And the other thing was at the Finance Committee, 3 members resigned in January of 2021. They're still showing on the website. We've appointed 2 new members, one before I came on the board and one since I came on the board. I remember one name, I don't remember the other, but those people are appointed and yet they don't have the honor of being recognized on our website as being members of the Finance Committee.
They may not be able to act and just floating around.
Well, I mean, that was the
So,
genesis of my saying we needed to have a chart up here. But I think we do actually have an obligation to ask people questions and find out what they're doing. Because they're doing it under the auspices of the town of Norwich.
Sure, that's fair.
So
Roger?
so I think you're getting to it. So what do you think is next?
So I think next, Brennan has kindly offered his office to fill in the chart for the, who's appointed to what, and I think that's great. If you want to do the appointed standing committees, boards, and commissions, I'll try and, or maybe you can do the elected officials too.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we be able to do
I'm
that?
not gonna do it, but I have people.
Have your people do it.
I have some staff on that one.
All right. And then, if you want, you can take do you want me to keep working on this or does anybody want to start? Hey, I'll do that piece. The table of contents.
I think we gotta do the chart.
Chart, he's gonna do the chart, that's easy.
But did you want to talk about their statement of purpose? Did you want to learn more about what their purpose is?
Yeah, that was in the table
Okay,
of
cool.
contents.
And then last year we had an exercise where we asked 5 questions. We might want to also bring that back too.
Yeah, I never saw them. Where'd they go?
I have them, and then I might have made them into one piece. They were in a packet.
Where?
Yeah. But I can just bring them all up. And I think Mary had volunteered a year ago to provide some kind of analysis of what was similar and what stood out. But it might all be outdated now. I guess my point is before I think, yes, people need information on governance and how to govern thoughtfully in the town of Norwich as an advisory standing committee of the board, but also it might be more collaborative and innovative and whatever it is we just heard to start with a statement of purposes and to hear from them.
Yeah, you know where they appear?
Where?
Actually, in the town reports.
Okay, cool.
So, I mean, I could cut and paste, put those together. Then we could, when we bring in people, we can say, so this is what it says in the town report.
What have you been doing to foster that lately?
Right. Well, let's start with that. Is that okay?
every committee puts something in the town report?
Pardon?
You're saying every committee puts something in the town report?
I can't tell you honestly if it's every committee, but I will tell you that they are in there. I've read some of them.
So who was I think someone made the point about not all maybe it was, I don't know, but Conservation Commission gets funding, Energy Committee gets some small funding, Affordable Housing Committee has a whole directive, a whole sub plan in the town plan.
That's a good point.
Right. So I would say also thinking about
we need to think of what
clearly not all committees, there needs to be a budget process too for some of these. And then also not all committees are this they're all valued differently, I would say. And I think you could potentially direct the board can direct the vision of the town through how it uses its committees. So
exactly.
So I would say that's also a good exercise. If we feel Energy Committee, your chief function is to be programmatic and to continue to promote good programs in collaboration with the town manager's office, like keep on doing that. But we might want to say like Historic Preservation Commission, like we want X differently because we, however it's appropriate,
I think,
Anyway, I'll stop.
no, that's good. Pam, you like budgets? Would you like to, pull out the budgets for each of those?
Sure, what format do you want other than what's in the town report?
Whatever you can find for any body that has a line item.
So yeah, I think so Solid Waste Committee like oversees an app effectively. They have that budget line. The Cemetery Commission has like real money, right? Conservation Commission has budget lines. Energy Committee has like one essentially a stipend.
Right.
Historic Preservation Committee, I don't think gets our money from us, to your point earlier.
So you want,
They're grant funded.
the budget for these committees, and then for the elected officials as well.
Yeah, you might as well.
Because we do have a budget for the listers, for the town clerk, for the select board.
We'll throw those in. If you just want to put those together, I'll throw them into the document and format them.
Okay.
All right. Is that a good start for the moment?
I think for now, yeah,
Okay.
we should talk about it now.
Okay, good.
Progress. We have no reports submitted this time. Fiscal year budget priorities. So this is also going to be an ongoing conversation, and this was just to start all rolling. So I asked for people to send in some thoughts. We have some thoughts. I then distilled them down, and this is mainly for Brennan's use with departments. So hopefully that's useful.
I haven't had a chance to really look at it, but
Okay.
I will let you know if it is
Okay.
not useful.
Okay.
How about that?
When are we starting budgeting?
Good segue. So my thought would be to propose November 8th as the first kind of budget focused meeting. That's the regular select board meeting date, but I think we should carve out, a good hour to hour and a half to 2 hours, whatever people feel comfortable doing that date. I think we should try to meet weekly. I know that's a hassle and a little arduous for folks, but I think we're gonna need to do that. I think if we work back, when Joyce has Brooks' final day, which is gonna be December 14th, that should be our target. Not the 14th, but I think that week of December 11th would be when we would like to wrap this budget for the season, at least substantially done. So that leaves us, basically 6 weeks there, with Thanksgiving as one of those weeks. Maybe it's 5 weeks with Thanksgiving as one of those
yeah.
weeks.
So it'd be November 8th.
8, 15, 22nd, and then December 6th. And then,
No, you mean 29, don't you?
well, we have Thanksgiving there, right? Is the,
Is that thanks?
or is that the
We
20th?
meet on that Tuesday. We voted that back on March 8th.
So
We're not meeting the Wednesday before.
Oh,
Yeah, 22nd.
okay, sorry. So
That's the
we are
29th.
gonna meet that week as a regular meeting.
Voted for the 21st,
Okay, thanks. So that gives us another week potentially,
2, 3.
if needed.
Ninth also.
do you have an idea of like how you want to organize the budget process, Brennan?
I would like to look at the directives from the board. I think Joyce has put together a very sophisticated spreadsheet. She has, at this point, gotten feedback from department heads on capital needs. So I think we should start with that. And then the next piece would be looking at operational budgets. And I don't know how much we'll get through in that first meeting, but that would be my initial thought. I think it would make sense to, especially if we're trying to meet every week, to limit our meetings to a certain amount of time. And again, I would think an hour and a half maybe is what we need. I don't think we have, I certainly don't, although I don't really count, but I don't have the interest in going super deep into the weeds here in these meetings. So I think that people can try to get an understanding in the first meeting or two, and then we can get some guidance on where we need to be. We can be as efficient and effective as possible. And that would be my hope. We might I'll just finish. We have remote meeting opportunities. I think maybe that would be the easiest way to conduct these, so that everybody can just work off a shared screen and ask questions of Joyce. If we're going to be doing these outside of our normal business hours, Joyce will be again asking for additional reimbursement for her time, which I don't think there's a way around. I don't see us being able to do these in the afternoons because of work schedules, right? So assuming we're going to meet in the evenings, and it doesn't necessarily have to be 6:30, I think maybe we could meet a little earlier than that if possible. Anyway, this will be my first budget start to finish, so I'm open to ideas or things that have worked well in the past or not worked well in the past, but that was my hope.
Preparation, full information, and nice spreadsheet.
Yeah, and having people again coming into those meetings knowing that we aren't here to discuss it ad nauseum, right? We want to try to be effective and things.
So Brennan, what I would like to see is, so I think there's a tendency, I think with all budgets and communities, to sit passively for many meetings and receive all this information from each department head after department head. And then like they have like 3 or 4 meetings where it's just like people hem and haw and make decisions independently of the information they even might have received, right? And then everyone comes out having ignored the presentations and they just like advocate for whatever it is they want in the last 2 meetings. And so it's just, so I would like a budget that really sort of protects the work that the team does, right? So I would like to see the full budget prepared and the bottom line. And I would like to first, and the board gets a temperature, discusses it, and then we see, and the staff presentations inform that presentation.
So it's like a draft budget informed by the department presentation.
Yeah, because otherwise, so I'm like, we did that once and it was in the years that I've been, and it was like really beautiful. And I felt like the department heads didn't feel like it was like the Hunger Games style in their presentation. They felt like, okay, I have like, there are 2 people who are presenting this budget comprehensively, and I am here to ask questions as they come up for my department and my needs. And then like, we have a couple meetings where then it's us again and say like, so like, I can't like, so yeah, that would be my request, like to really sort of protect the work of everyone and not have this like, and I want to resolve it along the way, I guess, too. Like, I don't want there to be like huge dangling questions until the end where good budget decisions become necessarily politicized because of timing. And
I think it's easier.
Anyway, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's easier to do it that way, and make decisions as you go along. You can see the draft first.
Yes.
I like that. What I've heard from last year is that it wasn't terribly effective because everybody put their proposals out there and then they sat for too long and
it was
people forgot
late
about it. Well, yeah, I mean, I think there were kind of like 2 steps of it.
And if you hear what is a very large request from a department head, like you need, like it needs to be presented within the total budget. And that it needs to be shut down early, or like it needs to be done through your office. And I think of a presentation with you and your designee first, and the bottom line that we see, it's just like so valuable, I think.
I like that. Does everybody else agree that would be a good way to tackle this? So if I can surmise that.
Yeah.
Would you have time though? Let's see.
Well, I don't know what we're gonna have by the 8th. But by the next meeting, potentially, and then you're saying kind of work backwards from there. Once you've seen the whole thing, individual departments could come in and discuss.
Departments should be here to answer questions but not to necessarily be in a position where they feel like they have to defend their budgets, like because you defend the budget to us, right? Like I want to hear, like they can present, but it's for the purposes of being to answering questions and talking about their work, not like, you know, I don't want to hear pitch from anyone department. I don't want to hear from the town manager. That's what I want.
Does everybody else feel?
Everybody else want that?
Yeah, hands.
I would like to see the capital budget on November 8th.
There you go.
Because that feeds into the operational budget, because that's where the appropriations for the reserve funds comes in. And I looked last year and I saw $345,000 budgeted in the capital plan for reserve funds, and yet $542,000 was in the budget when it was finished.
Yeah.
So I think you need to have that capital plan and understand what is the plan? What do we need? When do we need it? What will it cost? And then that dictates what goes in those reserve funds so that we know that we're building up that fund for when those funds are needed. So November 8, I would like to see the capital plan. November 15 might be more appropriate for the operational budget. And when it comes to the presentations, I don't need someone to sit and read line item after line item to me. I think we should come prepared to ask them questions. You know, how did you come to this number? Because, you know, this might be a big jump or it might be a big reduction, or, you know, so.
I think that makes perfect sense. That's kind of what I was suggesting, is I don't know how much we'll get through on the first meeting. Again, with a regular agenda that to go with that, but I think we should budget an hour to an hour and a half maybe, and focus on the capital piece first and then the operational second. I agree.
When do we think we'll have the report back from Sanborn Head so that we know what that capital planning is going to be?
You're saying Sanborn Head being the
geotechnical.
They're going to be doing their borings next week, early next week.
So maybe by the next meeting we might.
I don't want to predict how long it will take.
Yeah, because that also has to go into our planning.
So if we have the capital plan first and then the operational budget, when are we going to have the full budget?
Well, I think the way if I understand Joyce's strategy here, they're kind of one in the same, like they'll be in the same kind of packet.
Okay, just slice
we
and
can
dice.
break it out as well,
Mhm.
but I think it's going to be somewhat combined.
Okay.
And we're hoping to get back from the departments as far as what they're going to project by the 8th. So conceivably it will be there.
I would say I would rather do a lot of work in December than have unfinished budgets presented to me in November. Like, I need the whole, I would like that would just me. Like, I don't want to hear, I don't want drafts or unfinished or everything, but like, I want the whole thing.
Well,
So however much time you need.
I think we have to present something, get a reaction, and then that'll guide the second, third iterations of this. I mean, again, if we're being efficient, we should have this done by December, right? So you know, we should finish this, maybe take the holidays off and not have to worry about it.
As long as it's done. Yeah.
But as far as Joyce's involvement, I don't remember Roberta attending meetings and going through these budgets line by line and being there to answer questions or whatever. She gave it to the town manager. The town manager made the presentation. The town manager had the spreadsheet and was making changes as the board made decisions or said, let's see how it looks if we do this. And so I don't know why we would have to have Joyce available for every meeting, maybe at the end when, you know.
Well, Joyce
implement some
has
changes.
created these spreadsheets and I feel comfortable letting her work with these. If at some point she's not needed for meetings, we won't have her. But I think it makes sense to me to have her there as the one who created these to be able to make on the spot changes if we need to. Maybe I'll pick up that capacity here throughout the process. I don't have it today. So.
Well, I found her depth of knowledge very useful last year.
Well, she saved the town last year by being the one who could quickly step into that and figure it out and lead us through it. So.
And she was making those changes on the fly.
Yep.
So maybe if we are really good people, we could maybe have the last half of December off and not come back until January.
Isn't that the approval date for the budget farther along in January? Even?
It
Isn't
is.
it the 20th usually somewhere in there, the
It is.
third week?
Well, you're thinking of the warrant.
Oh, that's the warrant, yeah.
Yeah. But the budget has to be done by a certain time for
In
that.
I think it's
January.
the first meeting in January, and by the second meeting in January, we have to finalize the warrant.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so we have a rough plan.
That's my proposal. If people are okay with that, let's start on that. And
So we're
the
meeting,
first meeting, the 8th would be the first at the regular meeting, and then the 15th would be possible
special.
special meeting that would, again, it's up to the board as to when we would start and end, but I would like to conceivably limit those to a certain amount of time so that we don't end up spending 5 hours every week on this.
Right.
And it'll give people a motivation to come in ready to go.
Yeah, so we have a meeting October 25th. And then we'll have we'll skip November 1. We'll have November 8, 15, 21, 29, and probably December 6th. And potentially be finished. And on December 13th, we could meet, because I'm sure there'll be things that we have not addressed that need to be addressed, but
I would suspect that will be the case.
Yes.
So be optimistic and say we'll have most of it done.
could you just let all the departments know that we're gonna be fully involved in this? So if there's anything they're gonna want us to approve, it would be nice to have it for next time, so that we could, so that we can just do this. And we're gonna advertise these all as remote.
It's up to the board. I think that's a whole lot easier than doing the hybrid model for this type of meeting.
You mean from November 8th on, they'll all be.
Well, I was gonna say maybe the special meetings. I don't know if you still the regular meetings could still be hybrid, I guess. I'm open to anything. I think remote, when you're working off spreadsheets, it's gonna be easier than people trying to read it off the
Yeah,
big screen there.
much easier to have your own computer. Anybody opposed to remote for
No,
discussion?
I like remote.
But we will also have written reports, right?
I don't know.
They'll be emailed to us, the reports, the capital budget, the operational
We're gonna
budget.
get those in
Will be
advance.
emailed to us in advance so that we can look at them for questions.
We'll have to figure out how to do that. But yeah, that would be my guess, is after the first presentation, we can send out stuff prior to meetings so people can review it.
I think she did send out some things last year.
We got
Not really.
PDFs, remember that was the thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I can numbers on a
prefer not to
screen
have
just so long,
PDFs.
and then I'm like, I can't look at numbers on a screen anymore.
all right. If there is no other business to come before the board tonight, may I have a motion to adjourn? By Mary, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Priscilla. Oh, Pam.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Unanimous. We are adjourned at 11:15. Thank you very much.
Oh, look like you go to sleep. I don't know.
Well, the heat is working, so I'm sweating here.